Everyone doing today? So we got a little bounce out of open. It's getting shorted back down. Right, ES moving back up to retest 5,200. Let's see. Gamma. So you got a little bit of a call wall at 160, another call wall at 190. Put walls at 70, 75, 180. 71 seems like it's going to be the most important one to get over. This is the one that would be blocking the gap fill here. All right, interesting. Hope the call went well. Oh yeah, they fucking just fucked up the exercise on some of my cash settled options yesterday. So I had to call them and straighten it out. Ivy's getting crushed pretty hard on that. I think GoEV, I want to roll some shit out. Maybe. Got kind of hammered into open. GME looks like garbage. What's Upstart doing? Oh, weird. Upstart gapped up and open. Fubo's getting hammered. Russell's down 95 points. Yeah, I know GoEV fell off Reg Show last night, right after filing a new 13D and a Form 4 for the director. It looks like he's up a decent chunk of preferred shares and then also exercised out like 2 of his 10 million warrants or 3 of his 11 million warrants. I think his total stakeholding between himself and his LLCs is now at 19.6% of the float. I mean, obviously having the director of the company pick up a huge pile of shares is bullish for one reason, but I'm wondering if the liquidity provided from his warrant exercise since Friday didn't loosen the noose on Reg Show for them. I mean, the company's projecting like 100 million in revenue. Analysts are projecting like 250 million for 2024, or no, 250 million by 2025. So like good, I mean it's good that insiders are buying for the long-term play. Not really sure how good that is for the short term. Although sometimes things fall off Reg Show and then they cover, so we'll see. It's still very illiquid. Like there wasn't any covering that went on the underlying besides, you know, netting over the last 14 days or so, to really drive it off reg show. So I'm assuming the warrants had something to do with it. GoEV bankruptcy is still a likely possibility though, right? I mean, their balance sheet's okay. Me and Dork were digging into this a bunch last night. I don't want to, I don't want to overdo it, but they've got like 88 billion in debt with 550 million in assets. They've got another 100 million coming in from Oklahoma. They're supposed to be trying to get some funding out of the infrastructure bill that could come online. I think the big issue is they don't really have the capacity to meet their orders, right? Like they don't have the manufacturing capacity to meet their orders, which will require some investment. But 88 million. Sorry, 88 million or 89.99 million with assets at 542 million. So they shouldn't have any problem raising more money, right? CSPs are pretty interesting on it. Those seem to offer up a little bit of opportunity. I think they're a little overpriced. Like the $3 put right now last was 68 cents for May 17th. The June 21st $3 put is selling for $1.09. So not too bad on that front. There's a little bit of a drop in IV today, it looks like. Wait, where is IV? Oh, there it is. Why the fuck is it all the way over there? There we go. Weird. I don't know what WeBull's fucking doing with this. But yeah, there's some opportunity inputs. I mean, calls aren't that bad. They just only have the monthly expirations though, which kind of locks you into them on what is a fairly volatile underlying. But like a buy right for 250 strike for June yields what's that, like 13%? It's not bad. 13 and a half. Yeah, I'm talking about GoEV. Beyond's getting a little bounce. Beyond hit 860 in pre-market. I'd like to see that turn around a little. Not quite as much liquidity this morning as yesterday. So if we get a reversal on IWM, that could drive things. IWM's moving up a bit right now. Yes, it's looking pretty good. Let's see if that bounces back above trend. No, not quite, but we did clear the 5200 support. So we should be able to move up a little bit. When was there enough volume to clear FTDs on GoEV? Well, there's netting. We traded 78 million volume during the forced covering period, roughly. And then the exercise of the warrants since Friday apparently was just enough to pop it off. Give me 1 second. Never mind. That was weird. Leaving a downside gap there. Resistance at 80? Well, that's not very strong. So that was the pullback. Well, it could still extend. It's not necessarily over. We are below gamma neutral here, but a retest of the trend or a retest of GN would be generally expected on such a rapid drop. Are they covering on Upstart? Possibly, yeah. Upstart had kind of an interesting open. Back up to 2263 already. It's kind of moving. Give me 1 second. Yeah, Fubo's getting slammed this morning. Let's take a look at the momentum here. That looks pretty good. Looks like we can keep pushing up a bit. That may be a little less so. Formed an island top here on the 15-minute, which is kind of bearish if we don't get this gap fill. The longer term momentum does not look great. That has not turned around yet, not at all. Let me see if positioning's moving around any. A lot of the calls up here expire between Thursday and Friday. I think the GoEV prime rate's still at like 50-60%. It's still very illiquid. Like it doesn't have like a deep lending pool anyway. It doesn't have a lot of ETF exposure. You're wearing a hoodie today? That must mean big downs. No, it was just chilly this morning. I don't pick my wardrobe based on what I think the market's gonna do that day. Ornate pigeon. No, Tup looks like shit. Yeah, that didn't get any traction at $1.50. It got rejected hard. The market picks what's going to happen based on what you wear. One of the term sheets we received for outside capital included warrants, and the managing partner asked why I started laughing when he was telling me about it. I couldn't explain. Oh boy. It's a subconscious thing. Now you tell us. I've been going long based on your wardrobe choices. Excellent. CSP on Fubo, like tempting, at $1.50 would make cost basis 123. That's just spot. That can't be right. There's no fucking premium, and no way. It can't be that bad. Nope, it's just spot. That's terrible. Maybe like the 30 day. 30 days a bit better. 30 cents. Oh, looks like the last one that moved was 25, but June 21st, 31 cents. It's like a 20.6% yield. If it moves back above $1.50 by then. See if we get a double bottom here. It's getting shorted pretty aggressively though. Beyond IV ticked up a little. They have earnings tonight. Alright, that's bottoming. What's your take on Beyond earnings today? They're probably going to be awful. It really depends on how much still needs to be covered on Beyond. I think that plays a big role in the price action post earnings. They guided up this year. I mean, I guess there's a chance that they beat expectations. They only need to make negative 67 cents a share. Although that's still a drastic improvement from their prior 4 earnings. Hmm. All right. This fix is getting a little breakout into the gap, clearing 5180. That should be the last. Uh, Major put wall in this range. Well, yeah. So that should allow us to move up to 85.90. I don't think 85 will be major resistance. Oh shit. That was off. Oh. Fucking 5 minute doesn't update properly. Yeah, it's fine. Beyond's getting shorted a little bit still. It hasn't quite turned around. Volume's kind of low. Alright. Looks like we're losing momentum. No. Just grindy. If QQQ turns red, everything goes boom. That's probably accurate. Well, if we slip back to the underside of the... Well, we kind of are. Yeah, we could lose this. If we get rejected at 80, we can go right back down to 60, 65 pretty quickly. All the momentum comes in the last 20 minutes of the day now. Well, we'll see because we got down overnight, right? You can get a 125, 150p, 126, 150c synth line for 6 cents. I maybe did that. Ooh, that's not bad. I haven't been able to trade this week because of service, but I hope y'all been making some money. It's been pretty good. Later, Richie. I think I'm gonna pull back. Ah, God, every time I pull back my fucking the call side of my straddle, I get fucked. Yeah, I'll just hold it. Maybe if we slip back under the... Maybe if we slip back under 5200 ES. Yeah, I'll dump it, but otherwise I think I'll stay in there. Resistance to the upside on ES is at 52.10, give or take a tick. This is the reversal point for the overnight drop. Here at 52.06.75. I think if we get back above that, we can probably consider this a confirmed reversal. This may reject, though. It's starting to. And then we'd be looking back towards a 5200 test. What's your target on SPX covering? Or Upstart covering? I have no idea. I'm probably not gonna play it because I didn't catch the opening bounce. I did mention yesterday that I might be interested in going long after earnings again, but I didn't get in. Now it seems risky. Nvidia's pushing back up again from this morning's low. Netflix is up another 1%. Microsoft is up. Ooh, Apple's kind of shit in the bed. Interestingly, being off reg shit really isn't changing the value of my shitty GoEV contracts. My leaps are flat. I haven't been able to. What caused the overnight drop? Did bulls use this as an opportunity to build up supportive positioning? No. No, they didn't. Um, I'm guessing we kind of saw a bit of negative. Well, I mean, largely, we saw some negative data come out of Japan and China last night. I think the Chinese earnings missed pretty hard, and so we saw yuan drop, and the yen dropped alongside the 10-year JGB auction. Then industrial production out of Germany was down today, but above forecasts. I think the 30-year gilt wasn't too hot. And then EU auctions were kind of low, and that pushed the dollar higher. Also, consumer credit change at the end of the day yesterday was not bullish, right? Like consumer credit dropped off by like 60%. Dollar's back up at 105.50. And it's up against the euro, the pound, the yen, and the yuan. Also, yields started turning back up again. The 20 years up like 53 BPS. The 5 and 10 year are both up like 2 points. So slightly tightening financial conditions, and then negative international stuff. Not the end of the world, but just not great. And we were already in a weak spot. We slipped below gamma neutral into close, right? How about CSP again on Upstart? I closed mine before earnings. Maybe. I don't know. Upstart's getting more liquid. That's usually not a good sign for the upside, right? There's definitely some sellers post earnings. Obviously, Upstart is a lot more attractive as a lending company than it is a company that just holds a bunch of loans that banks don't want to buy. I'm sure Nvidia is helping it out. But Apple falling's never a good sign. Hmm. Ooh, nice. How's GME not dumping yet? It's probably going to take a little while. There's a ton of sold puts that need to bleed off. I mean, off reg show simply means that, you know, for the last few days they've met the minimum requirement, right? It doesn't necessarily mean anything beyond that. It doesn't mean anything's been covered or gotten rid of. I mean, I think like Upstart and Beyond are both really good examples of going on and off of reg show is not the most meaningful thing in the world. It's nicer to be on reg show. If covering were to begin, though, it's more advantageous for shorts to do it off of reg show than it is to do it on reg show. Mm. Pretty aggressive pit selling on this strike throughout most of the morning. Looks like a little bit of a fail at 80 here. Put walls at 75. Goodies. Yeah, we're like right at positive, well, just at negative delta here. So if we lose the 70, 77, 76, it's pretty bearish. Might start squeezing out some of the sold puts from earlier this morning. Damn, just right out of the gate, shorting the fuck out of that put. Holy shit, volume's low. Might be starting to launch to the moon. What? Oh, Barrick? Cool. Any update on SPX positioning? I just went over that. It's a little bearish. Delta goes negative at like $1 below spot. Are you gonna trim back some positions for Beyond before earnings tonight? I've already trimmed back quite a lot. Yeah, I might trim back some more. I've closed all of my short puts that were at 8. I closed about 50% of my $8 leaps. That was off the synthetic long. And then for the June stuff, I've closed all of my $7 ones. Probably about 50% of my $10 ones. And then the $12 ones are only the ones in this account, but I might close those too. It almost got me. My stops were sweating. Maybe I should have let them get me. There's a ridiculous amount of movement on this contract for fucking barely any price improvement. Pushing Delta positive just a little bit. Longer term, that doesn't look so hot. Failing to fill this gap would be very, very bad, I think. I love it when I see things like Barrick is maybe launching to the moon, and I look at it and it's doing literally nothing. I don't even look anymore. It's been a while. I noticed GME's movement last week. What's going on with it? And is the run over now since no real T+2 yesterday? Well, T+2 ends this morning, so I mean, there's always the off chance that it picks up a little bit of momentum off of like the dark pool settlements into the afternoon. I still think like one or two more upside tests in the like low 17 range seem reasonable while the short puts shed. But I think once the short puts are off the chain, then it's probably fucked. Yeah, Delta's starting to collapse on it a bit. A lot of the short puts fell off yesterday. Lost about 50% of the short put Delta. So it's not looking phenomenal. The IV, that weird like IV skew at spot is starting to break up, and Gamma Max is moving back up again. So yeah, it doesn't look super bullish, but it may have like a $1.50 range to chop in. I'd scalp it, but the fucking IV is awful. You ready for GoEV earnings, or what's happening there? I don't know yet. I should probably just cut it and roll it out. Looks like IV's starting to get hammered a little bit, but price is going up, which is confusing. If it gets back above 250, there's a lot of short puts on this at 250, also at $3 and 350. So it looks like, short puts piled in, getting ready to exercise out for liquidity, but now they're underwater. Most of those close on OPEX, and all of those short puts falling off on OPEX could be pretty interesting. There's like 16, I think there's like 16,000 put contracts at $3 for the OPEX expiration. So I'm not sure if I just want to roll these out like another week and see what happens, or if I'm just gonna close them. These are just a bullshit position anyway. How fucking hard are they gonna short this contract? Any call sellers coming in? Not a ton. Bulls are still pushing up. Breakout. $81. Mm. We get the gap fill. These fills are terrible today. Alright. Almost got me. We quit when gold's above 18. I've been invested since 2021. I haven't gotten onto this stream since 2022. How are we feeling? About what? Opportunity for leaps on Barrick, HBM, or other miners. I mean, I don't mind buying some time on like gold itself, but not on miners. Shrimp is not a pickles pick. It was literally a joke that happened to run 100% shortly after it was a joke. He shows the fancier meatball data that you did towards the end of the day yesterday that showed peaks and troughs that explain the price ranges that are easier and harder to move through. I mean, that was, I just like constructed the current position that was on the chain in option strat and showed people what the gamma looked like. That wasn't like special data or anything. It was just me trying to explain what was going on with like price at spot. It's not a finance stream anymore. Group promotes self-wellness and Midwest cuisine blog. It was by no means exact either. No, not at all. I was just giving an example of what was going on with the effect from sold calls out of the money and then sold puts in the money. That insight was super cool and useful. Awesome. I'm glad. That's why I did it. I was hoping that it would be both super cool and useful. No, the made up position confirmed you're a wizard. It's ridiculous. It wasn't useful and it wasn't that cool. What are we talking about? I wasn't here. Oh, never mind. Hmm. Are we gonna fill this fucking gap or what? There we go. Nice. Hmm. Mm. Did someone cancel inflation again? Not yet. Researching covering pre-earnings and beyond, or likely be saved until earnings. I mean, they'll probably try to cover as little as feasibly possible prior to earnings, but I mean, they may get forced into a position where they have to cover a bit more. Russell's pretty weak today, though. I don't necessarily see that happening. Like the stream, guys. Yeah, seriously. Do you know how many times I heard the words mezzanine yesterday? At least 6 times. Are you okay? That sounds rough. Barrick has been hesitant on purchase orders over the last 6 months. Either they're managing their capex spending better than before, or cash is getting tight. I mean, I know that they've been working on trying to ramp production back up, so it's possible that they're trying to spend less money. I told prices no, and they went up anyway. Was the 10-year going to be bullish or what? I mean, the 3-year wasn't very good yesterday. It was kind of a flat auction. Are you willing to share your view on GME option flow for yesterday? Thanks, mate. It looks like a decent chunk of the short put volume closed out. We're probably going to continue to see that bleed off over the next few days. It's still going to remain somewhat volatile until short calls start coming in, but that will be next. So as the long weekly calls start to bleed off into this Friday and next Friday, they will likely be replaced with short calls, and short puts will continue to fall off the chain. Um, Gamma's still positive, so I mean it's still going to be choppy, but I think the range for that chop is narrowing quite a bit. Do you know the Muffin Man? The one the one who lives on Drury Lane? Honestly, the meetings were hysterical. The M&A guys did M&A speak to each other, and then I basically had a translator. From a fundamental standpoint, guancale or pancetta? Pancetta. Eh, yeah. Pancetta, I don't know. I always feel like guancale is just too fatty. I just kept saying, I'm just the metal guy. Ha! You're so funny, man. Was he in a meeting with Eminem? I have no idea. US and Japan have agreed to open a swap line to help with future yen interventions. Does this mean that the carry trade goes on forever? Probably just means that Japan burns up less money due to slippage. But they've opened that swap line a few times in the past. It's usually just a risk mitigation tool. The suits are paid to laugh. I took advantage. Who changed the Discord icon? It's as bad as Dork's pork chops. Alright, fair enough. I like it. I think the green pops. Google's still moderately bullish. Resistance at 175, 172.50, looking like a hurdle. I mean, becoming a hurdle. It tapped my mid PT yesterday, but I'm already out of it. I would say that a pullback to trend, kind of pulled back to trend this morning. It didn't fail. I don't know. Indexes still look kind of weak. It's risky. Bull's gonna buy every fucking downtick for the next 6 hours. Yes. Although short calls are coming in, and that's gonna start to weigh on price a bit. Failed to fill the gap. It's not good. It's not good for the bull case at all. Looks like we're starting to lose a little bit of momentum on the 5 minute. 15 doesn't look particularly bullish, just stabilized. Although the daily looks pretty good. That did a little thing. Maybe not enough of one. Same story to the downside here. If we lose like 78, this gets pretty bad. There's another gap down at 151.80, 89. Not a very big one. Oh look, they're shorting puts again. Classy. Tesla's starting to slip back to GNDN. Most of the Mag 7 are underperforming with the exception of Microsoft and Meta. I guess Nvidia's kind of up a little bit, but it's very choppy. I still don't understand what the old Discord logo was. It was the very first stream card. I like the new icon. Clean. Yeah, tell Bob to go fuck himself. I'm just waiting to hit 5,200 so I can full port puts. Should throw an 80 hertz high pass filter on your voice input. What's that gonna do? More bass? This is the first time I've listened with headphones. It can't be that bad. When you talk, there's a very subtle hum, right around 60 hertz. Oh, that's my air purifier. This would get rid of the hum. Oh, okay. Interesting. I don't think that's an option. Wait, do I have... Hold on, let me check my... No, that's not an option. They have compressors, but no high-pass filter? That's correct. Bulls are trying to stop the bleed again. Hmm. Did we still not fill the fucking gap? That's ridiculous. Okay, there we go, right? No. Huh. Oh, okay, that filled it. Call walls at 51.90, which it looks like we're gonna test here. We're fairly close to it. Hmm. We're sending wedges on SPX bearish. I don't know. They're buying a lot of Delta right now still. We didn't get a ton of short calls, which is probably the only reason we were able to go up. But there's a few here, and this could squeeze off. There's the 90 test. All right, we got a reversal. Let's see. 52.20 or 52.32.25 is the top side of the trend. The fuck was that? Call walls at 90. This is literally what you said would happen about 30 minutes ago. I should have stuck with the calls. The failure to fill the gap was pretty bad. Even with the breakout here and the squeezing off those short calls, we didn't get a lot of range. 51.91. And then that's rejecting already. Alright, so a little call side profit taking here. Not a ton. Delta's still fairly stable. We're not getting a lot of sold calls yet. So bears are afraid to stall calls, or bulls are. Let me look at NQ real quick. All right, we just tested the resistance on NQ. It looks like we're getting rejected a little. Yes, tested 52.17.25 and got rejected. It's a slightly lower high than the last 3 wicks. Pull back to 5,200, and then that would give us the inverse head and shoulders, but it doesn't look like we need one. 52.05. It's about $10 a downside. That would put us at, yeah, a retest of 51.80 on SPX. Or we just hold here. But we need more call buying to come in. Tenured note auction, 1 p.m. I'm aware. How about cat 350 calls for May? Why? How fucked am I? I mean, not that fucked. It's holding up okay. It failed the trend and bounced back. It actually looks kind of bullish. The magical fake line has spoken. Yeah, but I don't know where we go after this. 51.95, 5,200 are still big resistance. You didn't tell us the secret cat play. I don't really have one right now. I'd prefer to get confirmation on it than try to enter it early. Is it reasonable to believe that shorts are able to get out of beyond earnings and then dump the price? Or does the price necessarily need to run a bit, at least to those conservative price targets? I mean, they could dump it in after hours and then cover at market open like they did on Upstart today, right? Which absolutely changes the range of covering. Jesus, look at this. They fucking shorted the 5190 too. Relentless. Relentless, insane bulls shorting the fucking out of the money puts. Or in the money puts. The fuck is wrong with these people? How's your morning going so far? Choppy. I'm gonna close my fucking long side of my straddle now before I get blown up on it. Slip below the call wall. Still need to lose 87 to get momentum. They're unhinged, yet still wrecking my puts. They're selling them really hard. Like everything. All of the puts. Not a rug pull. I think we could just retest like 5180. Because the breakout failed, right? The breakout failed, and then, you know, we have that like fucking pocket of gamma like here, right? So we came right up to the edge of that. We could slide back to like there before bouncing back the other way. That's annoying. QQQ failed though. Market maker Delta goes negative at 5180 now. I'm gonna take a break once I'm back. We better be at a new all-time high. Okay. Are you still long Apple? Since they're selling the puts, wouldn't that make those same put strikes cheaper? It is. I just bought a in the money 5190 for 700, like $7. Ever take profit too early? All the time. Still worth taking profit. Upstart also seems like it will chop and get dragged down if everything else does. Probably. They need to be fully wrecked over and over again. Pretty much. So we filled the gap. But we're losing momentum here. Retests 92. Fail again. That fucking put selling. Jesus Christ. Long-term trend is there. Are you gonna rip this thing before the auction? Maybe. What's our earlier auction? We have 17 week. And Jefferson starts speaking soon. Wholesale inventories still suck. But they're in line with the shitty estimates. Jefferson should be speaking now. Ooh, oil moving up? Yeah, crude inventories missed quite a bit. Thankfully, I didn't chase. I'm starting to learn. Nice. Remember, I still only think we get like a 5180 test here at best. Are we gonna drop under that ES trend line? We might. I mean, like for an inverse head and shoulders to form, right, on the 15-minute, we would see a pullback to like 5204. Right back to 5150. I wish. That'd be fucking awesome. We would need to, for that to happen, we would need to lose like 60. We would need to lose 60. If we lost 60, then yeah, we could get back to like 5145. This is a decent downside ramp off of 90 into 70. And if we get enough momentum squeezing out the short puts that sold on the way up, It's not impossible to break the call wall. It's not a big one. I would just worry about getting hung up at 55. Don't be snooty with me, poopy pants. Fucking off. No. Weird. I closed some TLT calls. It's gonna pump now. Doesn't look great today. Tell you it's gonna pump. The dollar. We've pulled back. It's time for the dollar to go to 113. You mentioned the possibility of gravy purchase exercised warrants not being delivered. Could be a Bury moment. What did that mean? So the buy-ins on GME from Bury and Cohen tied up a lot of the available liquidity in the underlying, and it forced shorts to start to close in order to satisfy the exercises. $1.15, 10-year 5%, SPX new all-time high. That would 100% make sense. I agree. Brewer already bought. He was just recalling his shares. There were shares he bought that weren't delivered to him, which he found out when he recalled his shares. I mean, fuck these guys. They started selling the $17 call. They started selling the 190 when it was at 17. I hope they all get squeezed out. This is bullshit. Bulls need to be punished for this fucking crap. What did we open at? So they were actively shorting a $25 in the money put from open. You sound like death. Go lay down. No. I haven't had enough caffeine today. How can burying Cohen tie up liquidity when it's infinite? Because you can't satisfy exercises with synthetic shares. So it's not that the obligations can't be offset over time. It's the immediate demand at the moment for liquidity that exceeds the available liquidity at that moment in time. That's not a real thing, Bob. I don't know how mess with reg show plays. I keep expecting a covering event, but they don't happen. They do. They do happen. I feel like you're probably just entering them after they happen. Mm. Yeah, I'm not inhaling that. Huh. That's fucking cool. Only 240 on GoEV, so I'm not sweating it, but still interesting to see the price holding. There's a lot of short puts at 250 also. So how long until the bulls push the MM's long puts short delta or whatever from selling so many puts? Well, the skew encourages the put selling, right? Because the yield on the puts is very high. Um, it's a little hard to determine with so few strikes on the chain for GoEV. Ooh, dump. Now we're squeezing some short puts. Let's go. Is that the gap filled? Yeah, let's not bounce off that. Let's just keep going down. That would be ideal. This is about where we should find some support. If we start breaking through this, we're going to squeeze out the rest of the short puts that were sold today, which would be awesome. And QQQ does not look strong, although it can kind of reverse on anything. Yeah, we're getting very close to that. Oh yeah. I'm gonna squeeze out the rest of these fucking 190s. Fuck these bulls. Who do they think they are? Also, I want to kind of start selling in the money puts. Like deep in the money puts. This is ridiculous. Alright, we got the bounce at 80. Alright, let's see what we're set up for now. Stopped Google, 50% profit. Nice. Alright, Delta. Delta goes negative at like 79. Momentum here still favors the bears. This bounce might get rejected. Immaculate V time. I don't know. They're not yet. They're not building up enough delta yet. This still looks a little bearish. So they get 85. On the 90 call. Fucking calls are so cheap. They got it off of this. Yeah, they've almost got the reversal here. If we can get above 85, they're gonna pump again. We could maybe retest the trend. Choppy. SPX nummy for a V? No, no, this is actually still a little bit bearish. I would be careful here. This is definitely not confirmed. This could fail again. Short puts are a little squeezy. Yeah, this isn't great. Bulls need to pick up a bunch more delta here. They need to start selling the puts that they just got squeezed out of. Check the video, you'll see the AI tail wagging the dog. I mean, I can just look at I can just look at QQQ, right? The flavored nicotine. I don't have that high of a concentration of nicotine in my vape. If I like the pouches and chew, they make me really sick. My vape has like it's 1.5 milligrams of nicotine per 30 milliliters. So the concentration's really, really low. Like almost nothing. And the standard for that is like 50 milligrams or 50 milligrams per 30 ml. No, I've never chewed tobacco, Bob. It's a disgusting habit. Yeah, GoEV came off Reg Show today. Fuck. Oh. Bulls are starting to get a little bit of support built up. Need to watch the 85-60 test in case that fails. But if they can get it back above 85-60, we'll continue the uptrend, right? Which is fucking here. So there's like a little chance that we form a head and shoulders and fail. But if we break up through that, it's probably pretty bullish. And then at 51.90, we'll see if we run into a ton of short calls again. Any memes seem primed to run for OPEX? GoEV has a lot of short puts falling off on OPEX, most of which are in the money. So that one could be kind of interesting. But I need to roll my position out to capture it. Well, my short dated position. I'm sorry, it looks like I got shorted overnight and they started covering first thing at market open. I also think it got pushed a little bit by the pump on Nvidia. It doesn't look good. It's getting pretty liquid. There's a little bit more covering that needs to be done, but I don't think it's going to be enough to really drive the price up much. There's a lot of sellers post earnings. Could you see it going to 23 or nah? Maybe. I don't know. That's like I said, it doesn't look great. There's a lot of sellers. Like people selling the underlying. Nvidia and QQQ look awful. They can still bounce back because they're Nvidia and QQQ. Nvidia's pulled back to 899. I mean, it still has support. Like Nvidia's bullish, right? It's well supported by the MM in this range. It's far closer to testing gamma max than it is to testing gamma neutral. Never underestimate the market's willingness to load up on overpriced tech stocks. Have the tips on Beyond reversed? A little bit. They reversed a little bit yesterday and into this morning, and now they're pulling back towards each other again. See? So they pulled apart a little bit yesterday. We got some vol shorting, right? And now they're starting to turn back around to contract. It's slow though. Volume's really low. The total volume today is only at 600K. And we're almost at 828 with barely any change in IV, which is odd. If you take a look at Rivian, it dipped and then bounced back. I don't like this stock. It looks like shit. It's a very small bounce back. Definitely not a reversal. It still looks very bearish. It needs to break back above. I mean, really, it needs to break back above like 1030 to confirm a reversal. Ooh, the call's getting shorted. That's fun. Interesting. Yeah, someone's coming in and shorting the 90 call a bit. Might just be people coming in on the head and shoulders. It's not a ton of volume, but it's a little bit of volume. Huh. No problem, man. So grind back to 51.90. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. Bulls still need to pick up more delta. Still weak. How do they benefit from keeping beyond contracts IV low? They can sell more puts. So the perfect solution, right, is you sell a metric fuck ton of puts, right? You're underwater and you're failing a bunch. You sell a metric fuck ton of puts, then exercise them and push all of your obligations off onto the market maker, and then it's their fucking problem. Does it make sense to hold it beyond May 17 9C through earnings, or is that asking for slazzery? I mean, they're very overpriced right now, so I would say that the chances are crush. I mean, right, at least at the current price, crush is not beneficial to you, right? The Bears are gonna get the Bears that came in are gonna get squeezed out on the calls they sold. That was stupid. There wasn't very many, but would 10-year back above 4.6? It's on its way. Let's see it gets a 4.5 first. Thankfully, the yen's crashing again, so that should help things. Head and Shoulders breaking up, it seems. No, not yet. Just chopping. Bulls are pushing back a bit. Actually, is the volume on that just even? You know, this honestly, the guy whoever sold the calls here might have just bought them back. It's 146, 80, 102, 132, 327. Pretty equivalent. What's your opinion on barefoot shoes? Are those the shoes with the toe, like the individual toes? You could just super glue an insole to your foot. So you get delivered a bunch of shares in the MM, and they have to go find them? Yep. What's also kind of interesting is the short puts on GoEV are roughly equivalent to the amount of warrants being exercised. They'll all have separate toes. In some cases, it's just a thinner, more flexible sole in a traditional style shoe. Well, that kind of defeats the purpose, right? I thought the purpose was by separating the toes that you forced your toes to grip the ground on each step. You can't grip anything just with a thin sole because the inside of that would be flat. Yeah, whatever. I'm sure it's all just pseudoscience anyway. We're just into bare feet. We don't wear shoes at all. I'm noticing the SPX green candles have a bit more volume than the red candles, while the red candles are making much downward progress. So more ups soon aren't making much downward progress. So more ups soon. I think you're delusional. Why don't you just go look at futures? Improve my leg and back pain. You should try Hoka, the Hoka One Ones. Those are fucking awesome. If you have like knee pain, they're by far the best shoe I've found. So it's pseudoscience. A friend of my cousin is a guy who swears by them. And he's like a orthopedist or something. Bears are allowed to have as many arms as they want. They have to take them from someone else, though. I've been wearing them for work lately for interior remodeling, and it's been nice. I don't know my coworkers wear steel toe. Worst you're gonna drop is a baseboard. Granite? I'd be more worried about dropping a fucking countertop on my foot. Or like a pack of tiles for doing interior shit. I don't have any Hoka. Definitely a good minimalist shoe brand. Maybe I'll get a pair. Pretty awesome. My ortho recommended them, and I was like, I don't want to spend $175 on a fucking sneaker. And he was like, no, try them out. And I was impressed. Actually, I think I got Nuke to buy a pair. Nuke, did you wear those? Or wait, is he gone? Steel toe barefoot shoes for the win. That sounds painful. Look at Gherkin knowing what manual laborers do inside. He's truly relatable. I mean, you got to make sure they're working, right? So you have to pay attention when you pay them to do shit. Cover call entries cannot seem to read this run. Are they risky in this range? Yes, still. Yeah, this could still fail. Oh, Jimmy. Sorry. I'm trying to exit myself. I'm looking for covered calls entries and cannot seem to read this run. I mean, it's breaking down. The run is breaking down. And they apparently don't care about hitting the lending pool up anymore. But the prime borrow rates barely moved. So they're gonna get whatever liquidity they need to keep the price in check, and they're gonna pull off their short puts probably over the next few days. It's an okay time to sell covered calls on GME, but you usually want a little bit of theta if you're gonna sell them in this period, especially if you're going in the money. Hookahs have the dorkiest colors. You gotta go more monotone ones you can find. Mine are fucking like orange and bright blue. Fuck that. This is the deal. Listen, if you're gonna wear something cringy, you got a full port. So if your shoes are going to be neon Miami Nights, then that's what they need to be. And then your pants should also probably be neon. Maybe the belt too. Do you have Apple bear call spreads out? I was gonna sell bull puts when it hit 180. Although it bounced back a little bit already. So it looks like I missed the window for those. It didn't really test 180 though, did it? Are bulls gonna get their shit together here or just fail? Because I don't want to sit in these fucking calls all day while they do nothing. I feel like that gap at 80. It's unfilled. Now the call's getting shorted. Oh, this is gonna be a fun day. Hmm. We really had to fail everything down to 5150, only to close at 5180. I'm ready to trade between 5180 and 5190 all day. So basically, dress like you're from Florida. That's not how people in Florida dress. They wear pastels. Disregard my earlier comment about Barrick. It's actually the opposite of what I said. Any update on Beyond? They have earnings today. Yep, they do. It's moving up very slowly, which is cool. Boop. There's no fucking vol left to short. Wish I stayed long Netflix. Everything's fucking bleeding to that. Ooh, Google's gonna fail 170. Where's the meatball? That's spot. The breakpoint's still at like 180, so we're to the upside of the easier move down. However, it looks like that's starting to slowly bleed off. It's just not, we're not failing fast enough to confirm that the bulls are out here. We still need to lose 80, 81 to really slide. And since we're so close to that, it's very likely that they try to turn this around, right? Momentum-wise, I will say that seems difficult. We're starting to fail a bit on the 5-minute. See if we get one more bounce out of this. Maybe a small breakout above trend and then a fail. Like retest 84, 85. And the video back to 880, 885. It's still support at 90. So quite a lot of support at 90. The video's not in a very bullish range or a bearish range. Like it's very well supported by the market maker at this point. SPX isn't yet, but Nvidia is. You think Palantir can get S&P inclusion this year? I doubt it. Maybe. Their fucking company sucks. Are you underwater on Palantir? Enjoy the next 2 years. Any level on beyond significant other than 850? I mean, delta neutral is important. Debating selling CSPs. You want to own that piece of shit? At the current price? What's wrong with... What's wrong with like $8 to $6? That'd be sick. It's closer than you think. Can GME break above the quadruple top? Probably not. Maybe. Mm. 17's probably still the top of the chain here. Hold on, I need to look at NVIDIA Gamma first. Alright, so if NVIDIA loses 90, support at 80, and then after 80, I'd probably fall back towards delta neutral around 850. GME, God. Answer questions. Is that 84 yet? This call's still stuffed. Fucking no volume on the upside move. That's the breakout. Let's see if it gets rejected there. Rejection here would be pretty bearish. Bulls are trying to get an edge. Still. No, not a lot of call interest above 70. Or 17 on, sorry, 17 on GME. Some sold calls 18, 19, but they're pretty minimal. Shitloads of sold calls coming in at 20. That's going to be pretty suppressive. Gamma Max is moving up a little bit, but not a lot yet. Back in my day, GME only went over Gamma Max for about 8 seconds, and you had to get those CCs out quick. What's wrong with kids these days? I mean, there's fewer people selling CCs on the chain, right? That's a big part of it. I feel like GME doesn't usually consolidate this much. I did the same thing back in December. This is pretty normal for it now. It had like fairly similar price action in its Jan run and its March run in 2023. Earnings fucked up the June one, but that kind of had, you know, two highs and then chopped a bit before coming down. There's just less volatility shorts nowadays than there used to be, so it takes a little bit longer for the price to bleed off. There's also less retail selling covered calls. Nice jacket. It makes you look cold-blooded. What? How? What? Risky failure there. Why aren't they leveraging up? It's time of day? Or is it really that dangerous for them to do that here? It's been a week, and media can't come up with any explanation for GME other than meme traders, as if retail holders in their parents' basement have the funds to push that volume and surge. I mean, they're just like bot written articles. What kind of depth do you want out of them? Does insiders selling prior to earnings on Beyond strike you as fairly bearish? Everything about Beyond's fairly bearish. That's why there's so many shorts. Otherwise, it wouldn't do squeezy things. Like me? Yeah, I mean it's true. I'm not selling covered calls on GME at the top anymore. What are bulls even doing here? Trying again for a breakout. Calls are getting shorted pretty hard still. This is all to try to like reverse the momentum of the Head and Shoulders breakdown. It's impressive. I mean, they're tenacious as fuck. You gotta give them that. GME run because of 2-year swaps. GME's just gonna rip uncontrollably now without your CC suppression. Your activity is built into the shorts model. They will never see this coming. Good. Then I can sell naked calls. I still have all that money from selling GME. I'll just sell a bunch of naked calls. I don't need to own the fucking underlying. That's all I was doing with my shares anyway. I'll just do it with margin instead. I know the idea that meme stocks largely have been used as a cover for market mechanics. God forbid that the normie investor learn that supply and demand doesn't actually govern price action. I mean, in a way it does. There's a demand for short vol. And then the MM supplies it. It just has nothing to do with this stock. He can't keep getting away with this. It's okay. I'll wait for Kenny. If I'm gonna blow up a port, I want to make sure that he goes down with me. I didn't realize you got out. Yeah. It sold at like 1720 to 1780 back in December, and then I kept like 10,000 shares to sell CCs on, and I sold those at the last earnings. So I'm completely out and very happy about it. Gary Gensler's twin would like to report a crime. Beyond RQ incoming. Probably, yeah. I mean, they don't have like a viable product, and they don't make money. Jimmy quadruple top on the 1 hour. That's a quadruple top on the 4 hour. Like I said, it can keep doing this until the short puts fall off. So every time it starts dropping a little bit, some of the short puts will pull back, right? And that'll bounce the price. And then then they'll sell some calls. And then as it falls, the short puts will pull back. And then they'll sell some calls. And over until they flip their vol position from short puts to short calls. And then they'll drive the price of the stock down, selling calls lower and lower until liquidity dries up again, and they've got to let it run. So are you going to pile in now that you know they can't pay you anymore? Who? Will the humans in space thing bring Boeing back up? I don't think people are going to forget that they're killing informants and their planes fall apart in midair. But it's nice PR. GME is a stock. Start asking yourself why. I got out at 27 last year, and I'm glad I did. I didn't mind holding as long as the yields were commensurate with the cost to carry, right? But once that started breaking apart, I didn't want to own it anymore. There were better opportunities in the market. I put a bunch of that money into ZOM, which I'm way up on. Although I do have in the money covered calls sold on it, which eh, I may also get assigned. I have until January, but I need a serious drop in oil prices. I've extracted like $1 of delta. Sorry, I was asleep. Did someone say Zom? Me. You aren't on the Boeing assassin conspiracy train for real, right? What? No. Boeing would never hurt anybody. That man suffered from some serious depression before he shot himself twice in the back of the head in a hotel parking lot. I'd be sad too if I betrayed my employer and former coworkers. It's understandable. I'm not in support of BA and how they run their operations. I just unfortunately have a lot of it, and I'm trying to time cutting my losses. Yeah. I mean, here's the deal. They'll probably not go out of business. They'll just have to pay a bunch of fines. And then when airlines need airplanes again, the price will go back up. We're probably pretty far away from any kind of major durables spending, but I mean, that's just like Boeing's not going anywhere, right? Regardless of what they do. Worst case, like the board and management get replaced, they pay some fines, they do the work required to get the planes up to code and fix the issues, and then they'll come out with a new plane, and then airlines will buy that. They'll make billions all at once, and people will pile back in. I love that dry American rationality, humor. I can't tell. It's a bit of both. It's humorous because it's reality. It's rational because, you know, what else are you going to do? You can't have people tattletaling. No one likes a rat. It's mad that the PR of having an informant shot is less bad than the information that the informant has to offer. Why not Cat planes? Well, Cat doesn't make airplanes, for starters. They can make planes in Mexico. They could, and it'd be easier to get rid of the informants. Why are bulls just letting it fail? They're not. They're fighting back really, really fucking hard. But bears are selling calls, and that's crushing gamma at spot. You can just watch the contract I bought and see what's going on, right? This is the struggle. I'm sorry, allegedly. Allegedly be easier to get rid of the informants. These motherfucking cats off this motherfucking plane. No, snitches. You gotta get the snitches off the plane. Bulls had their fun. It's not good that they failed here. It's like it's actually pretty serious and indicative of continued failures. But for now, they're still fighting back. They haven't given up yet. They probably won't until next week. They need to hold this into the inflation prints. Because if inflation comes in softer and financial conditions ease, they'll be able to pump it higher. I think they've just kind of maxed out their leverage at this point. You're a cultured guy. Who are the funniest group of people you've encountered? Hmm. You know, I think it's the British. It's either the British or like people from the Eastern Bloc. But like people who've grown up there and seen all the horrific shit. Is Geo a buy here? Eh. Kind of missed the boat on that one, didn't you? You were so bullish this weekend, and it's nothing but just flat. I feel like we've exceeded my prediction by quite a bit. Do you ever own options overnight? Because you'd also be pretty bullish if you did. I think that might be the problem, that you just had no exposure to the massive gap ups on Monday and Tuesday. Have you rolled your Go EV calls, or are you just gonna hold through earnings? I don't think I want to hold through earnings. Maybe. There's not a lot of value left in them. I still have my leaps. I'll have to think about it. I would like exposure to massive gaps. I know you would. I looked at the GoEV daily chart and drew a line. It looks like it will be $0 pretty soon. I'm gonna buy so much at $0. Why did I buy at 51.90? I don't know. When we tested 51.90, I was like, we're gonna fail and go back to 51.80. And so you took that as going long? Nice red candle for Beyond. Ooh, look at that. Maybe I will just hold through earnings. I gotta cover this shit eventually. What did DN and GN and stuff move to today? DN's at 888. Yeah, everything's still getting closer to spot. GN at 1064, GM at 1410. It's very tempting. Yeah, sold puts on Beyond are still ramping up. Like, it's crushing vol going into earnings, but it's also dragging delta neutral down to spot. Vega exposure hit about 50K, which is a little higher than it was going into last earnings. Like it. I wonder if it could break 1060. Was dragging DN down to spot a good thing? Yeah. You want to see the neutrals contracting at spot before a run. Well, at least on Beyond, you do. For Nvidia, did you say 850 was GN or DN? I think DN's 800. I'm pretty sure GN's 850. Oh no, I'm sorry. GN is 800. DN is 720. 850 is relevant, but it's not gamma neutral. 850 and 835 are pretty important levels. Gamma max is still at 950, 952. How fucking long is this gonna take? Right, so it traded flat out of that breakout. The consolidation here is still a little bit bullish, but bears have the advantage under 85. And they keep selling calls, which is not good for the bulls. What's weird is we're not getting any of that like dip buying. I mean, we are under gamma neutral, but or are we? What was this morning's gamma neutral? Oh shit. Um, chances of Beyond and Nvidia partnership near zero. Do we like Fubo here? Yeah, I own a bunch of it. I've been long Fubo for a while. Did you see that Coke blasted 15% on the Microsoft deal? Oh, what kind of deal? I didn't. I thought their earnings were just really good. And they announced a share repurchase. Semiconductor chips fall into that gray area beyond meat. Our bulls are starting to get a little bit of an edge. It's minor though. Um, yeah, not that much momentum, but it should improve now going forward. It looks like they've fought through the worst of it so far. So maybe I'll pick another one of these up. They look pretty primed to try to pump into the 1 p.m. Auction. Sorry. Would you eat Beyond Meat on chips with garlic sauce? No, it sounds disgusting. Win 48.90. Not anywhere near here. Maybe after inflation data is hot, or worse yet, into the next Fed meeting. Introducing Beyond Peat, the best in loamy, rich, dark fake soil. Auction have the potential to break this down, or likely to be neutral to bullish. Well, the 10-year is up a little bit today, which reduces the likelihood of a tail, but I'm not sure demand on it's going to be great, especially with inflation expectations continuing to move up, right? You'd have 300x your investment by this morning. Yeah, Coke's been insane. I bought Coke in, what was it? I was like I don't even remember. I think it was like November, December 2022. But then I sold it last year. So I missed out on like 250 a share. What do you think What do you speculate Fubo price could do in relation to the JV getting pushed back beyond August, or in the event it comes online? I mean, if it goes live, it's going to be bearish, but they could still get an injunction against it, which would probably be instantaneously very, very bullish. Buffett has KO, not Coke. Coke's the distributor. KO's Coca-Cola, the company. Bottling and distribution is Coke. Yeah, I did throw up a little bit reading that. In every attempt I've made to use a chatbot for anything trading related, it's been hot garbage. There's probably some pretty useful implementations for LLMs in managing like hedges, but getting them up to real time is difficult. I looked over the SLOS. I think the lower demand for all loans is likely to see Upstart lose 20 over the next 2 or 3 months. It's bad for them, yeah. Especially if rates are going to remain higher for longer. What are your thoughts on Fubo price if things just stagnate the way they have been and we reach 2025 positive EBITDA regardless, there's no such word as irregardless, of what happens with the JV? Um, I mean, I think Fubo should already be trading at a substantially higher price given their performance over the last 5 earnings, right? And the risk of the JV is currently what's being priced into it. That's why it's really not going anywhere. So I would say that if they manage to hit positive EBITDA, even with the JV live, I mean that should in theory push the market to reprice it. Just keeping risk management in the front of my brain is the goal. That's what stop losses are for. You greedy son of a bitch. What price for what? Bull's about to lose their tiny edge. I haven't bought Coke for a while. Why is uranium dumping today? No idea. Is momentum still in their favor? They're pulling it back in their favor. But yeah, a little bit. It's very slippery still, but they're trying very hard. Bulls have tiny dicks, hence the aggression. Well, my 5269 0 DTE call prompt. No, no, I don't think so. Do you own any Beyond shares? Absolutely not. We get a few more of those thick red boy candles. If we lose 80. That. Hmm. VIX 1350 calls free money if they're dated for the week after OPEX. I've never played VIX before. They're overpriced. There's the gap fill. Oh, that's the inverse head and shoulders test. And fail. What about the energy trade to support AI data centers? Good luck. That trade's got a lot of problems. Feels like they're backing themselves into shortfall corner and getting nowhere. They're not really, I mean, they weren't really shorting vol very heavily for like the last hour or so. Do I smell 5150? Maybe. I don't know. I still kind of have an expectation that bulls are going to try to use this to reverse on the back of put capitulation. Why the Mag 7 buybacks? You mean because they have tons of cash? Are you talking about what complicates the energy trade? The energy trade for the data centers is complicated because a lot of those companies have a ton of debt, and if they have to refinance that debt at higher rates, which is still very likely, then their current low prices could persist for quite some time. So unless you have, a willingness to be exposed to just the dividends, and you may have to wait a very long time for growth to come back into that sector. These bulls stink. Yeah, they kind of suck. You mean because they reversed it, or just other reasons? Mm. Bears fighting for control. Bears capitulating. Maybe a little too aggressively. We'll see. We're not back to positive delta. Well, now we are. I was gonna say yet. So energy took on short-term debt during refi. COVID that needs a refi. Tons of it. Most of the utility and energy sector is beaten up because of that. Mag 7 question was more general. Buybacks help exports, or they think Mag 7 better than cash for now. I mean, it helps executives' portfolios. It benefits, like, buybacks, first of all, they're tax deferred, right? So the taxes on them are less significant than if they were to distribute that as a dividend. Secondly, it benefits those with larger holdings more than those with smaller holdings, because people with larger holdings can maintain exposure, capture the profits from the buybacks, and then still own a decent chunk of stock, whereas smaller holders would be forced to sell out to capture those gains. Bears doing what they do best, capitulating after a $10 drop. It's the sold calls closing and taking profit, more so than puts here. There's actually still a decent number of puts at 80, although they're probably sold. And we have the auction in 18 minutes, which is a valid reason for them to try to pump. Beyond McDonald's partnership. Wait, what? Excuse me? Yes. Source? Hello, Catalyst. Yeah, that's nice. I like it when they show up right on time. No, DM me the source, though. It's on McDonald's site. That's bullish. How are they going to keep IV from pricing up? That's going to be interesting. The McPlant. It's from like 4 hours ago. Hmm. Well, that's less compelling. Look at them short it. Shorting the fuck out of this breakout. The hell was that about? Rude. Oh, it's not available in the US. Interesting. That's a rather severe reaction. Ooh. Yeah, short it really hard while it's on reg show. That's smart. Keep doing that more. Now the leaps and beyond crazy illiquid. First time looking at it. I don't know. They were okay when I got synth longs last time, but that was like right after earnings, so maybe it was a bit better. Someone hates beyond. Someone needs beyond not to run above 850 right now. This kind of extreme shorting in reaction to good news is yeah, that's fun. The tension is palpable. Someone might be trying to get out. Hmm. Wait, that's not 3 contracts. Does this in any way prevent them from still shorting tonight and covering tomorrow? I mean, they're gonna jack up the fucking borrow rate shorting this hard intraday. So maybe? That's a good news on Beyond. Some sort of deal with McDonald's in Germany. Hmm. Maybe they're returning shares before they cover. I mean, if you're seeing shares be returned, they are covering. Hmm. That looks pretty compelling. Oh, fucking big volume on that short. 1.2 million. They've stopped out my Nvidia puts. So many boring days lately. Yeah. Realized vol is above implied vol over the like 30-day rolling period still. So there's still some effort to crush realized vol. Making money, Gorg. My 200 BNet shares are up 1 cent. Happy days. You're gonna be rich in no time, man. Wait till you're up 2 cents. You think the Beyond Red candle is someone legitimately getting out of a short or trying to scare longs? I mean, someone definitely trying to prevent the 850 calls from getting squeezed out. Which is, I was short a shitload of 850 calls. I would want to. But the question is, are they going to close them on this short? Because if they do, vol's going to pick up. Market maker price down IV pretty hard there. 5 minutes till the auction. The pump wasn't impressive. It's the majority of the volume. Oh, what, the bull pump? Yeah, the bulls are going to keep trying, I think. If the 10-year doesn't print a tail, then they'll probably try harder. But they've got delta back to positive here, so if they did come in and buy heavily, they would at least be moderately supported. We've stayed to the upside of this trend. We have a pretty bullish reversal here off of the low. VWASP. I think it's returned. Huh. I'm not kidding. We're gonna get stung by a fucking yellow jacket right now. I'll be pissed. It's not as huge as the last time. That was ridiculous. But he's a fucking chonky boy. This is a sign. No, it's not. It's not a sign at all. It's a sign that it's spring. Put screens on your fucking windows. I can't. They're like little shutter windows. Oh no. Stopped out. Stupid wasp. Fed bids 5.3 billion. Fed Collins said the Fed would not use AI to conduct monetary policy. Markets have already priced in the Fed's balance sheet actions. It's too soon to tell how restrictive policy is. Holding rates steady for longer will slow the economy. Current monetary policy should slow the economy. I expect some factors underpinning economic resilience will wane. A very strong job market has bolstered consumer spending. I don't expect the productivity jump to be persistent. Firms are well positioned to absorb faster wage growth. Recent inflation setbacks are not a surprise. Interesting. 10-year yield 4.473 before the auction. 42 billion. Me. Oh shit. All right, one sec. I didn't get stung. Came very close. It was a mud dauber. Fat fucker. But I killed him dead. Here he is. Look at him. That's a nice wrench. I threw the wrench at him to kill him. Sneaky bastard. He got on my hoodie. Wall's fine. Hit the fridge. Disposable Samsung fridge. It's whatever one came with the apartment. It's like a Frigidaire or something. I see that I missed nothing, which is cool. Mud dauber wasps are super chill, very unlikely to sting, by the way. Fuck that. I've been stung by a mud dauber before, and it hurts like a bitch. I stepped on him, so it was my own fault, but it was awful. Can't sting me now. That's right, because it's dead. That's what a mud dauber would say. No judgment. Wasps are horrid creatures. Not as bad as hornets. It's either a mud dauber or a paper wasp. I'm not actually sure. Asshole with wings. Yeah. Mud daubers should be black. Yeah, this is like brownish colored. They look the same. Okay. It's my fucking neighbor downstairs again, leaving garbage out by his barbecue. New York butterfly. You're now Farmville's roommate, aren't you? No, he has yellow jackets. Soon you'll get raccoons. There's raccoons in the park. Not many of them, but they make their way over the bridges. I think they can swim too. New York's full of wild animals. Tigers, black bears, occasional coyote, sometimes a lost deer. Huge rats. I get the feeling not much is going to change today. But we've found our home. Delta's negative right now. Substantially. More so than it has been at any other point today, but I'm not sure bears are really pushing down on this much. And we haven't fallen deep enough into the short puts to really lose any ground. Oh, now I have hiccups. Fantastic. I'd assume there's also a large selection of cougars. There's a few. You guys got tigers from where? It was like West 181st. Some guy had a tiger in his apartment, just living there. As a city girl, I thought raccoons were just adorable trash pandas. I found out the hard way they're vicious, hissing beasts that don't appreciate people trying to pet them. Yeah, don't pet any wild animals, ever. They're all vicious, hissing beasts. All right, hold on. What's up, Gorg? I just got out of a meeting. Why did Beyond get the meat stick? Oh, they inked a deal with McDonald's to do Beyond chicken nuggets and Beyond burgers as part of a celebrity meal in Germany. And so in response to it running up to 840, it was immediately shorted back down to 775. Good news, you know. Good bullish news. Stock down. I think the shorts might be fucked, honestly. This is a bit of an overreaction. It's only in Germany. So it seems like they have plenty of liquidity. Well, that was emergency liquidity, and then they just blew their load for basically no change in price. We're now back at prices last seen this morning or yesterday. It's honestly surprising Beyond still exists. It's true, actually. I'm shocked they're still in business. We've lost so many great companies over the last few years, but yet Beyond hanging in there like a Klingon from Charmin. You missed the part where the McDonald's website pulled it down. 404 error now. I love this market. That McPlant in Germany might be better than any other food found in Germany. I mean, I'm not a fan of German food, but Schnitzel's amazing. The funny part is that the Beyond chicken nuggets will taste the exact same. Probably. They make nice sausage. Yeah, they do make good sausages. How would you guys feel about slowly riding this line down until the end of the day? Slow ride? Take it easy? Not gonna lie, I'd be fine with it. Kind of looks like where we're at. I have, quote, theta. Do you have a $500 put for June? Again, Dork? You know me too well. Was the auction bad? Oh yeah, so the Wasp interrupted our auction results. Bid to cover 2.49, high yield 4.48 versus 4.47. So yeah, a bit of a tail on it. Primary dealers take 15.73, 65% indirect. Damn, bit of a tail. Yeah. Rough. 10-point tail. Big tail. The reaction by the market isn't very extreme, but it should be. The 5-year is almost back at 4.5 now. 10 years getting pretty close. 4.49 at spot. This, what do you mean by tail? It's the spread between the auction and the spot on the Treasury before the auction. SPX this week has been pretty lame. I mean, it's been really good for straddles. Intradays sucked. It's been unfun to trade. Hmm. Guess I got out of Amazon at the right time. Although I do wish I'd held Google an extra day. I got out of Netflix way too early. I did okay with the Nvidia exit. Yeah, this week's been choppy. Not a lot of great entries. Not a lot of good exits. Nothing's hitting its like PTs. It's all everything's like falling just like slightly short, including SPX. Beyond back above $8. Success. Nice. Good entry on Fubo if you want to own it. It's not bad. Could keep going down. Although there were a lot of buyers the last time we tested 120. I couldn't take Nancy anymore. Oh, PBR hit 17 today. Nice. Back in it. Alright, so we got 42 cents a share for May 28th. And then 68 cents a share for June 27th. Nice. That's $1 a share. Fucking love that stock. It's ridiculous. 16% yield on one of the world's largest oil companies. Imagine if Brazil, instead of paying massive dividends on their state-run oil company, just used those proceeds to improve their quality of life and infrastructure. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I mean, listen, what kind of idea is that? I don't know. I've been feeling more and more communist lately. I was I was unpacking books that I've failed to unpack in the 2 years that I've lived here. And I noticed I had some Karl Marx, and it got me nostalgic. The public would just spend it on bubble drizzies? Beyond Tips docking yet? No. But the shorting didn't do that much to push them apart. Looks like they just shorted the fuck out of it with the ETF anyway. To absorb all the buy-in from the positive news. 19 minutes ago, stocks falter as Fed signals need for higher for longer rates. Uber crashes. Energy sector loses ground. What's driving Wednesday's market? Uh, ooh, we got some call buying coming in. Bulls just got Delta back to positive like that. None of what I wrote makes sense. A new job is seeing me here less and less, but it's a great opportunity. Got 2 minutes free to check in on IEP. I like Carl, and I have 2 money near Money Leaps. Only because I like Carl so much. Nice. Are you long IEP? You know they suck, right? Who the fuck is Carl? Why is there Delta Airlines but not Gamma Airlines? Not yet. I want Theta Airlines. All of our planes will be Boeing 737 Maxes. Fana Air. That's like a bicycle with a propeller on the front. Implied volatility. Charm Airlines starts out good, but gets worse. Is this beyond reversal titillating or merely bemusing? I'm gonna go with bemusing. Man, I got cheap. Carl's still paying himself ridiculous dividends every quarter. Yeah, he is. So you got an inheritance of 1.1 million. What would you do as a total idiot, hoping for long-term growth, but also monthly income now? I mean, how much is your cost of living? Get to 85 here? Maybe. Still pushing. Could just fail the 85 test again, though. They're shorting vol a bit harder now. Roughly like 6K a month. Hmm. It'll be about 60,000 a year, right? Treasuries fall. Well, yeah, I think like treasuries fall just a bit short. Um, something durable, probably with a yield above 6%. There could be like some close-ended funds you could look at, but you're gonna want to make sure their balance sheets are really good and they don't have too much debt exposure. But that might be a possibility. You need like 12, well, 11% a year to cover your cost of living. If you just wanted to grow and compound, though, you'd probably be better off than trying to live off of the dividends. And then you could accept like a lower total yield. Probably get a better, safer investment at least. That's about how much I have in PBR. Dump the 1 point. Gross. Now we grind up instead of down since I went bearish. You're the market barometer, AJ, you tell me. AMC and Beyond earnings on the same day with GME chain primed. Could mean meme season. Or just violent sphincter rupturing death. The GME chain is primed to go down. GME's fucking bar rate isn't moassing. That's the stupidest thing you've ever said to me, Bold Solution. Chat GPT is bullish on a beyond squeeze. It also said I would find love, so be wary. Noted. Yeah, Beyond made a good recovery. Yeah, $9 is okay before earnings flop. Go ahead, don't be shy. And if it broke $9, it'd probably be a gamma neutral very quickly. Gamma neutral for Beyond's at $10.64. When do you think the market becomes fun? Intraday again. Hmm. Um. Uh. Maybe once realized vol gets under IV. Is the good beyond entry time past us? Yeah, largely. I mean, you could enter it here, but it's way more risky. And you also have earnings tonight. Flattered you remember enough of what I said to compare. Hmm. You can do it, Bulls. But, like, not too much, because I don't want my condor getting blown up. Vic's getting the old slam dango. They about to run it. Yeah. I mean, they are, in fact, running it. BNet MOASS. Don't lie to me. It's only up 17%. That's not enough. Maybe it is. $14 million in market capitalization. Someone could sneeze at this fucking thing and run it. I'd just buy the whole company. Cancel the 5-cent share offering. And liquidate the assets. I said, do you love me? Gherkin tells me only partly. I only love the pigeon whales and Toric. Cobra, I'm sorry. Wait, is this your way of telling me that you're allowed to let your pigeon whale lapse again? Because we had this conversation before. And I'm going to give Poopy Pants your early access. Or no, Willie. Willie's going to get your early access. It's not lapsing? Alright, alright. Just checking. It sounds like a threat. Trade the SPX. It's MOASS every day. Frag. God, I miss Frag. You rang. Good to see you're paying attention. I kind of want to sell all my BNet here. I'm up 10 cents a share. This feels like winning. I've doubled my investment. Almost. If I sell everything, it'll just go back to 15 cents, and then I can buy in again. Bro, what? Always watching, Wazowski. Always watching. Eat shit. Do it. I mean, Doric, I'm up 50%. It seems like winning. Keep trying to get those limit buy orders filled, Garrick. Oh no. We failed 86. Is this the beginning of the end? Do it. You guys have made money on BNAD? Yeah. Why else would we have talked about it? Fuck this. I'm gonna go touch grass. Shit's too boring. It's pretty boring. Show me a pay stub. I'll quit my job and come work for you, but then I won't have a connection at my favorite chair company. Fuck this grass. I'm gonna sit down. This action is exhilarating. Yeah, this is the first, like, decent bull push since this morning. How high are we going, finally? I don't know, maybe like 190. BNet isn't a squeeze play, is it? No. But it is, it did get really heavily shorted after they made the share offering announcement. Except the share offering hasn't been implemented yet, and the shorts might be bleeding a little bit. Dole is the real squeeze play. No, it's not. Although it's been doing pretty good since Feb. Climbing back up. I like Dole. I think I'm just gonna have to fucking deal with it and buy it $10. Well, the margins did dip a little bit. My 500 shares at 18 cents aren't going to a milli? No. As a matter of fact, they're just going to become 5 shares. Yes. Did not mean to butt dial you there on Discord. Ah, okay. No worries. Hmm. Bernie Sanders and Ro Khanna have a new bill to cancel all patient debt. Cool. Oh, wait, you're a doctor. That's really terrible. Those people owe that money. Businesses are depending on that debt being repaid. Sweet. Going to the ER now. See you all later. In England, the dole means government benefits for the unemployed. Yeah, I know. What's the likelihood BNED returns to the 70-cent range, where it was before the massive short? That'd be cool, but very unlikely. Can you talk about $2 BNED calls for July? You're gonna lose everything. When's it going back to 127? Pick me up. If we could break 90 to the upside, we could get a nice little move here. Where does IBKR cuck me and not allow me to sell CSPs, despite the fact they're by definition covered? You probably don't have enough money in the account. Poor. Just arbitrary rules for the poor. Y'all wanted to pick up DFE. How about you pick up Cobra at 127 on BNET? Is it cold in New York? It was chilly this morning. It was like, I don't have the AC on, but it was like 55 degrees, and my apartment doesn't get a lot of sunlight. So it takes like all day for it to warm up. It was 55 and humid, you know? Like that bone chilling cold. I sold you that 51.95. Can I have it back for less than you paid? No. I don't think I will. I have a heater. I just don't have it turned on. What inside info did DFE have that you talked about in the Discord? He had access to client accounts and Fintel data or FINRA data. He was a like he worked on educational programs, but he still had all the access to everything at the at Mass, what was it, Mass Mutual or whatever. How would that have helped him position in GME? Well, depending on who their clients were, he could have had insight into the short positions. He also would have had all of the filings for deferrals. He would have had access to all the deferral filings as a FINMA member. Which I'm not gonna get into it too much. He walked away unscathed. Good for him. The swings plus pollen are killing me. Is it 80 degrees out? It's still cold as fuck in my apartment. No way. Holy fuck, it is. No wonder I got a wasp. You really think 25 million is the cutoff for the lower upper class? Yeah, we need to redefine our classes. What do you consider upper class? Got a prediction for close? I mean, the MM kind of just wants it right where we're at, but we're getting enough delta behind us that if we keep pushing up, we could break out and push like a test of 5,200. I don't think we're going to go higher than that, though. Did Mass Mutual get kind of fucked because of DFE? They did. They paid out like a shitload in fines. Because it's their job to make sure that he's keeping within compliance as an employee, right? So they're liable for his actions. Depends on where you live. Lower upper class, I consider 5 to 10. Okay. But maybe in Texas. 25 million wealth, a million year income. Yeah, that's reasonable. Now, middle upper class, I would agree, would be 25 mil. I feel like lower upper class, you've got at least multiple homes, right? You've got, so you're talking, what, like 3 million in assets just there? Like one home is not upper class. You're still middle class with one home. So let's assume one home, 3 to 4 investment properties. And we could extrapolate the cash flows on the investment properties, right? So assume that the forward cash flows are equivalent to about $10 million over 3 to 4 properties. You're middle class then. Yeah, I know. That's what I said. I'm a poor like everyone else. I'm right there with you guys. Fighting the good fight. Don't behead me. Warren Buffett has more than one home. He has one home in Nebraska. Well, in Omaha. I feel your solidarity in my bones. That's called arousal. It doesn't feel like it's a good fight when you're in it. 3 to 4 homes is 400K in the Midwest. You find me $300,000 homes in the Midwest that aren't just trailers. And I said forward cash flows. You've got your retirement savings. You've got to have like, you can't be upper class without a ton of disposable income. So you got to be making at least 150, 180 a year, right? Savings at 40% a year, compounded at, let's say, 2.5%. What if you own just one $25 million home? Poor. I mean, maybe not on paper, but the mindset's poor. You could definitely find some 100K homes that are complete shitholes. Yeah, aside from the Unabomber shack, I'm talking about like 3 bedroom, 2 bath, standard starter home, and or condo in a major city. We're building out the definition of lower upper class, okay? It is not I own some land in the Dakotas with no oil rights. How many Roombas do I need to be upper middle class? You need human Roombas. Gherk for you. In stocks they reign a god unseen with insight sharp and nerves serene. Their trades dance with the market's sway. Fortune rise with each passing day. Beautiful. Why do we stop going up? This is Poopy Pants' fault for talking to me. Ted Turner's house is like $100 million now. And that wasn't his only fucking house. That was just one of his houses. I'll do it again. Lower upper class is all I'm trying to obtain. Middle upper class sounds exhausting. I mean, we've got to make the division big because millionaire, like multi small figure millionaire to billionaire, it's too wide of a gap. And we have a lot of billionaires now. So we need to, let's assume billionaires are, that's the top tier, right? And within billionaires, that's its own competitive element, right? We can ignore that. But I think 25 million plus all the way up to 250 million where you get middle upper class, and then 500 million plus upper class, or just upper class. Maybe we don't need upper twice. Then we have billionaires. Then we have the ultra wealthy, the elite. Have you ever watched Nathan For You? I think JFresh got me to watch some of it at one point. One in 24 New Yorkers have more than $3 million. See? There are 800 billionaires in the US. Now go global. Because once you're making that kind of money, you're no longer competing domestically. Giga Chad, 1 to 10 billion. You could be king of Oklahoma with 3 million. It's not worth it. 2,781 billionaires globally. I own 2 cars. I think that makes me upper middle west class. I'm not trying to brag, but one's a 1995 Saturn Coupe. The other is a 2001 Acura Integra that I've owned outright since 2007. You have a better balance sheet than the Fed. Just raw assets. All they're depreciated already. You can no longer take the loss. That's hot. How much longer until you're on that list of billionaires? We'll see. I'm scaling things up. Honestly, when you're looking at a global scale, you start looking really good with a single home in the Midwest. Fair. Yeah, let's not compare Americans in poverty to poverty internationally. Your $20,000 a year job at McDonald's could make you a warlord in the Golden Triangle. Did the Beyond X McDonald's news do anything to the tips? No, not really. ETF got slammed a little bit, but that was it. Pretty soon, Gherkin's gonna be the one short vol selling 0 DTE puts and the money to save his pickle bank. Either that or I just want short garbage stocks. Don't insult our Liberian billionaires, popcorn. After removal of Reg Show, GoEV has still not made a lower low. There's a ton of puts sold at 250, which are providing a bit of support. Do they have plenty left to keep the price in check? They have a little bit. They used up a bunch of it yesterday. And we're still above all the sold calls. Well, the majority of the sold calls. Looks like calls are being bought at 9, 10. Some pretty decent OI. If we get some if we hit the gas on this bus, it's gonna be hard to slow it down. The $10 strike has a shitload of OI. $13,000 on the Leap contract. Negative $7 book value. With negative cash flows. Doesn't Juno picks look a bit strange? The 4,000 and 5,000 SPX sexes? I mean SPXs are weird. The 5,000's got the big synth long position. What's it for? Yeah, those just look like big, like synthetics, big synthetic lungs. 4,000 might just be sold. I will not group two. Is that VIX at $8 or beyond? Beyond. Mm. Are we basing for a move higher? Well, either that or we're gonna fail to break out on ES, which honestly we're closer to than we were breaking out like yesterday. This bullish reversal hasn't gotten a lot of strength on the reversal part. It's not even a double top. It's just a failure. It's a single top. Yeah, the vol short's insane. You're correct. Yeah, last time it took us from like all the way from November to like the end of Jan before the correlation, like the negative correlation peaked, and we've moved back. %16 in 2 weeks. Wait for $1 2026 Synthog on Fubo, or just do a $1.50. I don't know. I'm gonna wait for $1. I have some 150s already though on Fubo. GME's boring, and it's now past 2:30, and it didn't get a big rush of volume recovering, so at least I don't have to hear about that ever again. Do you think the proliferation of institutional APs using zero DTEs could be related to the accelerated success of short vol in crushing VIX? What the fuck does it have to do with APs? I think the ability to use zero DTE calls to leverage price up while selling vol underneath it is very advantageous, but also requires massive amounts of leverage. APs are authorized participants for ETFs. Just so you know. Zero DTs didn't exist until like mid 2022. Cheaper calls at end of day makes this push easier. It could, yeah. We're positive delta again, so I mean, theoretically, they should be able to pump it up. I don't think we're above gamma neutral though. Or are we? What's gamma neutral at? 182. So we are just above gamma neutral. So some support. But not a lot. Primes make hedge funds. I get it. Massive amounts of leverage, like the kinds you would use in a carry trade. Yes, exactly that. Maybe zero TTE premiums are what's keeping the entire market afloat where it should be at 3,000. It definitely helped the market get to 5. I mean, the whole strategy is like short vol, right? Long vol on the underlying. So you short index vol, long shit like Apple, Nvidia, Meta, right? All of those. And then you in order to protect your margin on the short index, you go long zero DTE calls and you ladder those up with the credit established from the short vol. And this pulls price up away from your short vol. Thus, you take on less and less risk. That's why they so fiercely defend those major VIX levels, because if VIX closes above a major level like that, their margin requirements are increased. Rounded top breakdown. Yeah, it doesn't look very good. That got rejected. It's pretty mediocre too. I just gotta have a meeting. What do SPX? What do SPX rest of day? Bulls are trying to get a break back above their call wall at 190. So far, they're struggling. What if we hit 5,500 and then our crash is just 4,500? The bigger the cliff, the harder the fall. I don't think we're like at this point. If everything stays on track and nothing changes, right? Fed policy has to remain where it is because they can't cut or raise rates. Inflation continues to rise, and the Treasury has to continue drawing down the amount of issuance it can do every quarter in order to keep our debt from getting downgraded. Then I would say that, over time, a crash is more likely than a correction, right? And a crash from 5,500 and still going to like 2,200. I want to buy so many cheap houses after the crash and become a slumlord. Nice. Triple top on the video? No. Also no. Oh no, what did I do? Ugh. Oh shit, I have food. I made food. Yen is failing. Yeah, it is. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go grab my food. All right. It's fucking power hour. Boom.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Did I do that? Do it again, Gherkin. No. It's a bit of a bear trap. It's not very good. For Vega puts, would you go for October 4500s? I have September 4500s that I've been buying. October might be a bit too much. But, I mean, you just get more Vega. We're 5180 short puts about to get squeezed. We're also about to lose gamma neutral. All right, Tom, what's the projected move on Beyond? 26.3% this week. For this week, and then I think the 1 day is 11.8%. Over the 30 days, it's skewed heavily to the upside. I think the upper bound is 1230, and it's got a 21.9% chance of going in the money. And the lower bound is $3.70 with a 3% chance of going in the money. Is Beyond a meatball? No, La Flama Blanca. It's a Salisbury steak. What are your top thoughts? What's going to happen where the market participants, Fed, Treasury, have a change in mindset and the market begins down, not just constant pumps? I mean, we might already be there, right? Like, I think that the macro data has shifted enough that we're already in that situation. I don't think the bond market trusts this move at all. No problem, Tom Tom. But the VIX says everything's okay. Sometimes the VIX is wrong. Are they giving up their 90C at all? What, like the short ones? I doubt it. September 30th, 4500p, a good Vega play. Vega 5.35. Okay. What's Ivy at the strike? You'll be changing your outfit for the Beyond earnings stream. Why would I stream Beyond's earnings? Why is VIX indirectly correlated with my emotional state? I would say that you're over leveraged and your position is far too exposed to the fluctuations and emotional volatility. You have high emo Vega. I own one put. You wish you had more. It's very simple. So what popcorn traders, Pump City comment, got Rack City stuck in my head. I'd like to everyone else to share in that pain. Can you ask Siri, Google, and Alexa to play Rack City? No, but I could say, I'm a motherfucking star. Look at the paint on the car. Too much rim make the ride too hard. Tell that bitch hop out and walk the boulevard. Yep. Never would have made it as a rapper. Goddamn right you are. Whatever happened to Tyga? Like, is it ironic that the more famous person is now Mustard? I own one put. I'm sorry to hear that. But you told me that already. Classical music. Do they have rap in Gherkinistan? I don't know where that is. Will you at least poke fun at us pores in the Beyond chat when it dumps? Yeah, sure. Still wait for pump to 190 to buy a call. Doesn't get very bullish unless we get over 190. I never made it as a wise man. I couldn't cut it as a poor man stealing. Are you tired of living like a blind man? Sick of sight without a sense of feeling? It's not like you to say sorry. Not even a real song. Chad Kroger lives up to his namesake. What a giant waste of Avril's time. I mean, wait, isn't she with like Machine Gun Kelly now? I'm in Beyond for the inverse product play. I hope they release fake vegetables. Looks like celery. It's pork. Huh. you like meat salads? There she was, just a walking down the street, singing "Do Wah Diddy Diddy Dum Diddy Do," snapping her fingers, shuffling her feet. Nice. Manford man. Really, really fucking throwing it back, huh? Clay Aiken is the GOAT, and I'm tired of pretending he's not. Someone ban Dork. Yo, peep, BNed, me likey. Yeah, it's doing a thing. Quick, guys, someone teach me how to make money at this. Sell an iron condor at the beginning of the day. Collect your money at the end of the day. Is it worth it to straddle beyond? Absolutely not. I don't think there was any news on BNed. Just up. Well, if you want to get paid the same day, zero. Bold solution. Well, tomorrow's a different day. Now hold on, don't get ahead of yourself. How do you know at the beginning of the day that's a good idea? You know that part of the day where I was like, we're gonna trade between 80 and 90 all fucking day long? That was the moment. That was the moment I opened my iron condor. That's why I said that. I just sold a triple axle inverse Jade Lizard into a Super McVarial 900. You're ready for the X Games. Zero DTE trading should be an extreme sport. It's an extreme sport if you're going long. I just got the taste of Sobe in my mouth from that. The white one? What was the white Sobe called? The one that looked like a bottle of cum. White? Do you think zero DTE traders burn massive amounts of calories like chess players? I keep getting fatter, so I don't think so. Laid gizzard. Any news on BNED for the 20% jump? No. Expecting any more upward pressure on GME or type collapse next? GME can chop for a few more days, but it's probably seen its high, or roughly its high. Lower your DPI, it should help. Oh god, no. I don't want to have to get a running start from one end of my room to get my mouse to the corner of my screen. Christy Gnome seems truly awful. That being said, would. I don't know who that is. Governor of South Dakota. The Puppy Slayer. And anti-Trump. They really do things different in the Dakotas. She's the one that shot her dog in the face. Huh. She's like a farmer? Farmers do shit like that. They're like, what? Kittens? Let's drown them in the creek. You know? I know that because my great grandmother was a farmer and she would do shit like that. It's very traumatizing for my grandmother. But perfectly normal for her. She was totally okay with it. Young hunting dog was chasing chickens, maybe. My great grandfather used to joke about throwing our family dog in the meat grinder if we needed to go to the grocery store. I asked my dad about it once, and he just said Great Depression. Yeah. Yeah, my great grandma was born in like 1919, so she was the embodiment of that. She stuffed all her money in her freezer and in the eaves of her attic. They just didn't have the laissez-faire approach to animals that we do now. Haha, poor people. Yeah. My father-in-law was born in the 60s and does that. You should probably get him assessed. There's no bodies in my freezer. I mean, not human ones. She must have been a full-blooded centaur. Very common to store your treasuries in the freezer. What's a half-blooded centaur look like? Man. How's your condor? Great. It's about the only thing. It's just a full human being with a horse's rear end coming out of its lower back. Look in the mirror, Greg. I don't even need to pay for market data. Based on the convo here, I can write premium. It's true. Like a horse fawn? I don't know. Maybe it's like a satyr, but with horse legs. And you know. You know. My condor's doing pretty good, but he shits all over the place. Fucking birds, man. Did you enter your condor all at once, or did you leg into that bad boy for more profits? It started off with short puts. If you were a betting man, what would you say beyond earnings is going to be like? They're going to not make money. They're going to have lost a significant amount of money doing nothing. And then talk about how they plan to make more money in the future. On a scale of Kathy Wood to Super Stonker, how greedy is it to have Beyond calls open through earnings tonight? I mean, I'm going to have some. Just less than I have right now. Keep talking shit. It's making the stock go up. Let's just run from 350 to 4. You mean 400 or the other way? What's the deal with the Tesla SEC probe? Did the market decide that nobody cares? Yeah, I guess so. I mean, Tesla was going down today. Did it recover? Yeah, a little bit. Tesla looks pretty bearish. What's the SEC gonna do, though? Recommend it to the DOJ? Did you already go over GoEV's removal from Reg Show and the implications? Yeah. Yeah, I did. Fine them $15,000. Give him a sternly worded letter. they're not a criminal, they're not part of the executive branch. They're not like a criminal enforcement agency. Civil. Are the bulls gonna blow the top off? I don't know. They're shorting vol really hard. I might close my short calls soon. Ish. Where's the top of your condor? 5200, 5225. Is there a monthly meatball or is it only weekly? The meatball is representative of the full chain. It's an aggregated meatball. Hypothetically, what would be the implication of Beyond still on Reg Show and getting shorted roughly? When? Fuck are you talking about? It's been at the same price all day. You mean when it dipped? That was because of the McDonald's news. And it also almost broke above 850, which no one wants to happen. Including the market maker. VWASP, I killed one of your brethren today. You missed VWASP part 2. Hold on. Picks under 13. It's impressive. Any thoughts on BNED up 24%? No. It's getting a little bit of covering, but there's no news or anything. I think the Beyond question was more if there's a dip sale on bad earnings and Beyond still on reg show. How would that affect the thesis? Depends on how much volume trades. If there's a lot of volume in after hours, it could be enough to get it off reg show. That would be bad. But we're still not even into the forced covering period. I think Beyond's. Let me look. Like it's 8 days on reg show now. Some schmuck bought my BNED $2 calls off me for 5 cents after a month of having a sell order out. I'd written them off, but I guess it's a win today. BNED's gonna open at like $3 tomorrow. Oh, sorry. Sorry about that, Discord people. Was Fubo in danger of a reverse split or share offering? They have open share offerings, but I don't think they're in danger of a reverse split yet. They're not under $1. Article about people on GLP-1 meds getting unexpectedly pregnant just dropped. Oops. Is it because they're fucking more? Because they lost weight? Who knew being a healthier weight made you more fertile? I gotta call mom. I don't think it has anything to do with fertility. Because they're not absorbing OCs as easily. Ovulating because they lost weight. Ah. Good to know. I'm now going to inquire about 2 medications the girls may be on. I wonder if I should start off with the GLP-1 as an icebreaker and then move to birth control. The only question more embarrassing than what are you expecting is, are you taking Ozempic? Why would I check and see if someone's on lithium? That's part of the fun. Just show them your body freezers. That'll shut them up. They're not for bodies. God damn it. do you find out about energy companies taking large debt amounts? Look at their fucking balance sheets. That's exactly what someone who's afraid of bodies falling out when you go to get ice cream would say. Everything is packed very neatly into my freezers with glass fronts where you can see all of. They'd be terrible body freezers. Body freezers are what you guys in New Jersey keep in your garage. When they're dead, they're referred to as hookers, okay? Show respect. Gurk, I had a Trader Joe's ice cream Sammy yesterday for the first time. It was actually amazing. Nice. Making the world a better place. One ice cream sandwich a day. I haven't actually had an ice cream sandwich in months. I probably need to throw out the ones I have. Do you have a fetish for putting bodies on display in freezers? I don't kill people. When would I have the time? About 900 shares of BNAD. Be prepared to lose like $6. Like yesterday when you said you have a lot of stuff to do. Also, since you never sleep, basically stock Dexter. If I'm stock Dexter, then who's my what's my target? What's my psychological profile? Kenny's still around, so clearly I don't go after evil hedge fund managers. You unalive the DoorDash people, you shut your goddamn mouth. DoorDash people are a treasure. Imagine working for no money, bringing people their food. At a loss, operating at a loss to bring people their food. Wall Street bets autists? No. They take care of themselves. Gherkin single-handedly changing the Fed's labor data points. They get to steal someone's fries every once in a while, so not a total loss. Redhead's like J-Fresh, except you just keep him and Carl close to hide the facade. How high can bulls get this into close? This is a good spot. 95, maybe? We got, what, 10 minutes? I don't know. There's a lot of short calls. I don't see them pulling back so readily. And if the 90 and 95 calls that have been open long today getting the money, they're probably going to sell off. What do you think the real inflation rate is? I don't know, like 13 to 20%. Think about getting more Fubo here, or is there no rush? I'd buy some at $1. This is close to $1, but it's not $1. Up 40% on my B node shares. Woot! This is ridiculous. Hmm. Fubo shares or options? Why not both? I'm up 1 trillion% on my BNED. Do you prefer to use wider condor legs, 25 wide today, versus something smaller? Don't fucking talk to me, AJ. Go read options as a strategic investment. You son of a bitch. I wanted more money. Why the fuck do you think I would sell wider legs? I hope you were right about Rivian turning bullish. Once it hits $10.30, it's almost there. I said that would be a confirmation of a reversal. I didn't say it was getting bullish. I still think the stock sucks. It's 13 to 15% inflation, hyperinflation. You don't need to go and use that kind of wording. Are you trying to cause panic? Where do you see BNED going? Oh, Jesus Christ. Bye. BNED was the play all along. The stream card today was pretty fitting. I had to wait a few days to use it. I don't think BNED's stopping. Good. I have an unreasonable number of 50-cent calls that would very much enjoy it going higher. No problem, man. I guess I could look at the options chain on GoEV or Rivian for you. Delta neutral's at $10. Yeah, above 1069, but still kind of bearish unless it can break 1270. If it breaks 1270, very bullish. But it's also very far away from ever doing that. 1030 is not a bad spot though. It's a start. I remember when Rivian was $40 and I shorted it. And everyone was like, Rivian's never gonna go down. Amazon owns it. Do you cry to Stan by Eminem? No. Your futures chart worked out perfectly this morning when we hit the bull signal. Nice. Well done, little G-Wagon. Well done. There's a Rivian showroom down the street from me in Oslo and heaps of Rivian cars around. Huh. I've seen two. They're kind of bubbly. Gherk's gonna front run us and ask us the question, the legendary question. What? How didn't you guys make any money? It's a valid question. Usually when I say that, it's after things like everybody going short for a month, then the market drops 3%, and then everyone's like, I lost all my money on the bounce. Are my GoEV 517 $8 calls safe? If they're sold. My CEO owns one. He said he paid too much for it. Probably. McPlant, now available in McDonald's. Cool. Oh, the day's almost over. There's no need to call us out like that. I mean, it's kind of true. The pickle jar has a bad habit of doubling down on puts after taking profits on puts. Oh, look. 0? Are we going to close at fucking 0? The flattest day. Oh, still green. We got 20 seconds to fix that. Oh, 2 red. No, go back. I've read that part of options is strategic investment. I was just curious why you'd open 1x 25 versus 2x 12.5. What? Oh, because I needed the hedge in order to reduce the margin requirements. Otherwise, I would have just opened more naked calls and puts. Oh my god, flat? Yeah. Yeah, we did it. Well, negative 2 cents. But we'll call it flat, right? It's not perfectly flat. It's just very close. 187.69. Bullish. Ding ding. The day is done. No, it's not the first flat close of the stream. We've had other ones. Zoom out, that's flat. It's 1 penny off. Same as OBV being flat, yeah. Epic red candle. Nice, dude. Fucking epic crash. What a goddamn embarrassment this market is. I'm embarrassed streaming it every day. It's so fucking dull. Alright, what do we got going on? Look at the memes. GMEs, liquidity kind of starting to ease back. We're getting a little bit more short vol coming in. This will start to bottom out now, and then we should start to see the tips diverge once again to go on their merry 6-month journey of downside. But it was fun while it lasted, and it may last a little bit longer. However, this is probably the peak of the fun times. My mic's working just fine, Mr. Little Pickle. Upstart bounced back a little bit today after earnings. Looks like they got some more short covering following the earnings sell-off. They did in fact beat yesterday, or at least beat the very low expectations set forth. However, not really good enough. That's probably going to get hung up there. We may get a little bit more covering over the next few days, but I'd imagine it'll get bled off and netted out. Fubo getting slammed. That's really all that happened there. Looks like whoever was selling off is about done, and we should probably start to see some shorting over the next couple of weeks, or at least there's plenty of liquidity to short with. Top's getting shorted. Beyond's at $8.40. It got slammed in its ETFs today, but not so much the underlying, which is a bit odd. But yeah, that's how they addressed the McDonald's news, was by just shorting the fuck out of it with one of its ETFs. 18,700 more days like this, and we can hit 5,000. Yep. Baby steps. Woo, beyond ripping. Woo. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm excited. GoEV kind of held up. Insider buys last night filed and came off Reg Show. I don't know how long it'll be off Reg Show, but we'll see. If it gets re-included, that's pretty interesting. I'm still waiting to see if the insider buys have any kind of effect, because it does look like we had very strong support at 250 today. It seems that buyers are willing to come in at this price. I mean, especially with the director taking the lead and exercising warrants and buying shares at this price. So a little bit of insider confidence, which is nice. Not great for my options that expire next week, but cool for my leaps. BNED just looks like some covering, up 27% on the day. We'll see what happens with that in the overnight session, but maybe we'll see some more in the coming days. This has been, shorted down from like 70 cents a share, and really shorted back down from $2 a share, right? So some of these shorts that came in during this period of bad news, and then the share offering might be ready to get out before any further announcements are made at the next earnings. Walk away with their profits. SPX falling pretty flat on the day. Nothing to really speak of there. Just a lot of short strangling going on. Crushed gamma between like 51.85 and 51.90, and we just got stuck there, really. Like in that little, the meatball just got stuck in that little trench, and we didn't do much for the rest of the fucking day. ES failed its upside test of the new higher trend, and now broke back below the lower trend. This does leave quite a bit of room to the downside for a move back to the bottom of the trend. I would say that there's maybe some support around the 51.71, 51.50 level, but this range I don't think is very supportive at all. And remember that a lot of the gamma on the short dated calls that's holding us up here is expiring over the next 2 days. Bloomberg Commodity Index futures down 55 points. Some of this came on the back of some bad news out of China last night and missed earnings. Although the majority of their bigger tech earnings, and which are far more anticipated, are coming next week. So this is some early negative sentiment, but maybe the sentiment's not necessarily correct yet. Yields moved back up today alongside the dollar, which gained 16 points. We see the 5-year reapproaching 5% or 4.5, 10-year right behind that. Both of them very, very close to moving back to the 4.5 level. The 10-year had a bit of a tail on a $42 billion auction today, at which the Fed bid, I believe it was $5.3 billion. So, inflation expectations still exceeding the current spot price of the 10-year, and we're not really seeing a lot of direct bidders come in for the 10-year. Still a lot of indirect, so um, some currency management going on there, and then also just no one really wants to take on the risk at 4.5%, which is pretty telling. Correlation on the 3 month and 1 month turned back around today after kind of flattening out yesterday, and we got some more vol shorting. Although I don't think the dispersion trade did much. Levering it up today, however, did keep QQQ and ES, or QQQ and or NQ100 and ES from tanking further. Right, we could have lost a lot more ground today, but they shorted vol and held strong on their short puts, sub like 5180. Forward return on volatility still shit. The yield curve, however, like the inversion in the yield curve, however, is starting to tighten a little bit. We're looking for this to start trending down again as a signal that financial conditions are getting more restrictive, and that will inevitably bring this up, right? So keep an eye on that. The carry trade got levered up quite a lot today. USD JPY now at 155.63. Almost fully bounced back from all the intervention that went on over the last couple of weeks. Bond volatility was up yesterday. Looks like it's probably up a little bit today. And that's moving inverse the drop in correlation. Generally, those will line up. It can take a couple days, but if bond volatility continues to rise, we'll see a breakdown in dispersion. Skew index, we were talking about this yesterday. It still looks like a lot of tail risk hedging is being carried. We're not seeing that risk on behavior where we see these tail risk hedges dropped. They're holding on to them, so there's still quite a lot of fear and uncertainty at the current price point. 66.33% of the S&P 500 over its 20-day moving average, and negative correlation between cash VIX and VIX futures is now at negative 36.22%, which I think is a slight increase from yesterday's negative 34. So in a very short period of time, they've almost got cash VIX and VX diverged as much as they were back in Jan, which took a few months. It took all the way from November until end of January for them to get correlation into like the negative 50% range. And they've turned that around about 20 points in the last 2 weeks. So still very, very intense volatility shorting and vol control positioning. Fed fund futures pricing in 34 points of rate cuts, which has been roughly the same for the last 3 days. So not a lot of changes there. If we go out here to the daily on the technical side, we did break up above the bull flag. However, it does look like we failed, you know, the breakout at 51.89.26, and a breakdown of the trend could lead to another test of the 50 MA, possibly even a drop below the 30 EMA, which is starting to turn around and catch back up to spot. This is not a strong breakout signal, and you can kind of see that here on the weekly as well. Even though we broke out, we've yet to confirm a reversal in that bearish bias, and we're kind of just trading neutral on the monthly, right? This is still very much inside the prior month, right? So the bias remains pretty neutral. Anyway, that's it. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning at some point. Have a good night, guys.